Good day, everyone. Good day, everyone. And now we're going to take a little adventure through Bitter Black Isle. Take a break for the main story, since the only thing left in the main story is to fight the dragon himself. Now, I've reset my skills in preparation for the exploration. Swapped out Shadow Shackle for Magic Rebalancer to juice up my damage against big bosses. Cap Immolation for some climbing shenanigans if the need arises. Of course, 100 guesses as well, also in combination with Immolation for some physical climbing. So, magic bar skills are the same, with the exception of swapping out Hunter Seeker for Ricochet Hunter, as Horley is unfortunately not particularly useful on Bitter Black Isle as on the whole. However, Ricochet Hunter very much is, as there are a great deal of enemies that are weak to lightning, and just the structure of the dungeon is really conducive to lots of bounces, which increase the power of the attack. Explosive volley is always good. Who doesn't like some explosions? For staff, spell, all I did was swap out Comestian for High Frigor to give me an ice spell, but the only thing I'll really be using the staff for is if I need to levitate, as I attempt to show you where all the macabre sculptures are. Nothing's changed here, of course. Although, why do I have behemoths instead of clap? I need to... Okay, I guess we need to swap that right really quickly. Curse my incessant need to have it in alphabetical order. What's the new? Wait. This is strange. What an interesting bug. Why are those on land? I just had them... Huh. Very odd, very odd. As you can see, that just switching Behemoths out and giving Clad instead gave us basically another 200 points of strength. Easy as. Alright. Well, now I'm concerned about my pawn. Is there something wonky going on here? No, that looks normal. Alright. As I said before, it's unlikely I'll be using this staff for anything but some levitation. Reminder that from that pillar over to that outcropping, there's the macabre sculpture there. Up along there, onto that pillar, is a second one. You will need double vault or levitate to get there. Easier with levitate. There's some sketchy timing to double jump off the pillar. Reminder that down here are gathering spots where you can find giant fish if you still lack the 10 kept giant fish. And now we should be strong enough, especially with this gear we've upgraded to actually fight some of these critters. So wolves are stronger than dire wolves, but weaker than the post-game variant of wolves that we haven't met yet, hellhounds. Their bite can inflict poison, they're weak to fire, still work in packs. They very much like to do the knock you down dashes and nibble on you in a group, so do watch out for that. Luckily they're Mithridate growing here or there in this room to cure your poison. Balmy perfume, it's really nice, heals the entire party. Some sneaky snakes here. Like 3 of them. And then down here are hobgoblins and a non-armored cyclops. Is that all of them? Seems so. I do have the occasion to be mistaken very often. Now, since we're just early in the dungeon, you'll recall as I told you about Necrophagous beasts, it's highly unlikely for one to spawn at this point. This room is where Garm spawn. Garm are yet another wolfkin, except they have a health bar more like, say, a Chimera, or even the stronger variant of Chimera that we also haven't seen yet, called a Gore Chimera. Sylvan bow. That's not a bad short bow early game. And of course you can quite easily come in here just from the beginning. It's really nice if you're a strider starting out or want to level as an assassin. Nothing but spiders in here, except for the macabre sculpture, which is on this wooden beam up here. So just climb up the ladder and hop up there. I'm quickly just sort of reminder going over these since I already showed you the location in an earlier stream. We will actually properly show you when we start getting the ones that haven't been shown. Yeah, no gone. And now we return to Dusk Moon Tower. I have actually double checked this time, and that Moonbeam Gem door over there contains the Adept's Mantle. The door down here at the the furthest right door is the Adept's Coat or Robe. Jumping off of those will get you to the Ring of Desiccation, and then of course over there is Dragon's Roost Fighter / Assassin Shield. As for the Macabre Sculptures, there's one on the roof right here, and one on a little fallen over pillar right about in there. Up here in this arena, which is also a nice place to level grind, if you like. Either this room here, and then there's another one later on in the dungeon. We still have plenty of snakes up here. This is the place to go to do the notice board quest to kill the snakes. Workers' clowns. Then the easily grabbed sculpture in here. Just have to... Oh, three Cyclops and a Golem. Don't forget to grab your money here. And of course the sculpture is on a rock outcropping against the wall right about there. Guess we will have an occasion to use a staff. These rooms can often be fairly easy as spellcasters, as you can just stand up even on way up there in relative safety and blast everything. Of course, if there's flying enemies or dragonkin, then it can get a bit more sketchy. Let's go ahead and activate him. Unfortunately, the pawn is once again the only path we can't reach. So we have to wait for him to reactivate. So I'll take the time to remind you right up here. You can even see it glowing there. Interestingly, even though these are quest items, they're the only quest item that your pawns will actually pick up by themselves on occasion. Others they will wait and let you pick them up. So he's all angry. Remember when he's firing the laser, if you have a bow of some sort, you can actually shoot him in the head even with a magic bar, and it'll stagger him a wee bit. When his arms glow like that, he's trying to grab you. That's very bad news. He's not as gentle as a Cyclops is when it grabs you. They're having the worst time when it comes to actually... Okay, he seems to be calming down a wee bit. There we go. We just got a bit unlucky that the main control medal was the one on his foot. Of course, it's also bad when it's on his back, since we need to knock him over to reach the one on his foot. Now we go back in here. So, in this room I've showed you directly where the macabre sculpture is. However, the next room, since it's a bit of a rough go of it, I've actually forwent taking the time to show you or even grab them because of the difficulty involved therein when starting out and doing your looping. As we do this just to intentionally trigger this fight just for some extra experience. Bit of black gear. I suppose I haven't explained what those are. Those are where you get your nice rings. Your skill rings, your master rings. Of course, master rings come from level 3. Maybe some weaker master rings will come from level 2 gear, but I'm not 100% certain. I mostly just stick to the 3s. But starting out, it can be handy to grab some from level 1s, just because they're cheap to purify. And you can get some nice... so besides boosting stats, like my current one boosts stamina and magic stat, my primary attack stat, and a secondary stat that's really helpful. Eventually I will switch to one that boosts magic and HP, since this build will have an excess of stamina, will be perfectly fine with stamina, but will be a smidge weak when it comes to HP. So to even that up, we'll do that. could have sworn we already opened that. It's very strange. Call the bats in here. Now, I should be strong enough at this point to open this. Yeah. So you do have to be careful because even though he died, his spell will still go off. Also, if you have an issue with your pawns leaping over chests and accidentally sliding into water off bottomless cliffs, there's a certain... Notice how the way they walk is sort of in line with the way my camera is pointing. So you can intentionally point your camera away from the chest and they will typically stay away. Admittedly, it can be difficult to remember to do so in the heat of the moment, but there is a way to get them not to do that. Still have the old habit of doing this. Ah, an Elder Ogre. So these are a lot stronger than regular Ogre. Unlike regular Ogre though, these are female. And hunger for blokes instead of the ladies. And they resist fire and like holy and the like, but are weak to lightning. Very weak to lightning. Besides that, they're very similar to the ogre you're familiar with fighting, just a great deal more health. And a great deal more damage in general. They can be extremely rough when they're allowed to, when they get a lower health and they start rampaging around. And recall that the macabre sculpture is right up there on that ledge. However, they are extremely susceptible to torpor, which makes them much easier to deal with, at least survival-wise. They still take a bit of doing to actually do damage to them. They have quite high physical defense. If I recall, it's over 900. But their magical defense is only like 530. So magic has a much easier time breaking through their damage threshold. Either jump or levitate over here. This typically contains novelty gear of the like. Open that, even though it's not really a shortcut. I suppose it's handy on looting runs because when this dungeon gets upgraded in the future, this chest will start carrying level 3 gears, which you like for your really nice rings. Speaking of those rings, besides upgrading their stats, they can even upgrade a stat or provide a great deal of resistance to certain debilitations. So, say you want to be immune to petrification, you can find one that pops up your strength and gives you like 80% petrification resist. You can mix and match as you need, as you find things that are more useful than others. Of course, it also means that there are a very large combination of potentials that the rings can actually be, but we all know how these RNG things work by this point. Again, this often contains a feral cape, which is a black version of the one I'm wearing. It's very lovely. Seems to be quite popular with people. And now we're into the room where we typically just dash through full speed. But this time, we're going to have a little fun. Hopefully. So, first thing of note, I keep passing this bloke up. That is a condemned gore cyclops. Notice he's a very much larger than the one we fought in Soulflayer Canyon for that one notice board quest. Similarly to that one, he is weak to ice. However, he also has a helmet. Now you can climb up to his neck and attack and knock it off. Unlike other Cyclops, he won't take his own mask off. At least as easily as the base Cyclops will. He is very dangerous. That's his club. As you can see, it's quite large, and his arms are quite long. He has absurd reach. In fact, even standing right here, there's a good chance he can hit you. So do be careful. If you're a fighter, a fighter or warrior, a relatively safe place to fight him, unfortunately, is being an ankle biter and staying glued to his right foot. That's a relatively safe spot. However, he will tremor you from time to time as he stomps around. So do have your reflexes ready to roll dodge as soon as you regain your footing. Or just have really high stagger resist. Incidentally, the cape that Katarina is wearing provides pretty decent stagger resist, and in general, higher level bit of black armor does as well. Notice she's over 80% for stagger and knockdown resist. Then if I didn't go full fashion with it, like I did, she could have went even higher. So if you want to be safe, you can always do that. Depends on how you want to play, of course. But unfortunately, as a fighter or warrior, that's the safest way to fight him. But if you're ranged, at least in this room, going up here, into these areas where you can't reach, and just pelt him from above with arrows and spells. It's a cheesy way, but it's very safe. This seems a fairly wide area to fight in until he gets that club and you realize, oh dear, he can basically stand on one side and very nearly hit the complete other side. That's a slight exaggeration, of course, but he also moves surprisingly lively despite his immense size. Oh yes, he's already free. And they've taken his helmet off. These pawns are really something else. You listen here. So, once again, this gargoyle still is an issue, because even at higher levels, gravity is a dangerous enemy. Now, gargoyles are weak to lightning and blunt damage with the bugger guard. Okay. Easy as. So, in here, there's always a rift cluster. Now, So, don't listen to what she says about the can't move with someone's on its leg. That's a bloody lie. That's a mistaken piece of knowledge from the base Cyclops. Now, the first macabre sculpture in this room is in this cage. But how do you get there? Well, you need double jump or you need levitate. Oh dear. That's fine. It is very tricky to actually double jump to it. You do have to be careful. We'll go ahead and use a wake stone. Although he's liable to one-shot us as we try to get out. Again, you have to get fairly high up here before you're safe from it. As you can see, his head even pokes through this bridge. So, pretty much what I'm getting at with this jump here, even with double jump, it can be tricky. However, unfortunately I can't just save and show you. It's much easier with levitate. She didn't run like she was supposed to. In fact, you can just go right in. Now, to get out, you can just go right over to the bridge. So, definitely recommend, just to be safe, going levitate here. But now, there's actually a second macabre sculpture here, but before we get to that, let's knock this bad boy over. Unfortunately, he's gone where I can't see him. So, about here is where you want to stay, where you can keep him in sight, but be just out of his reach for the most part. Occasionally, some shenanigans can clip through, and he can wallop you. So, he's predominantly weak to ice. But he takes arcade damage from lightning as well. It's just much better to stick with ice. If you're a sorcerer, Maelstrom can actually do arcade against him, especially if it repeatedly walks him in the eye. Let's do this to juice up our magic a wee bit. I'd go all four, but I'm starting to run low on stamina. Bloody hell. Where's stamina curatives? Oh, that's not very good. This is tolerable. We're getting very unlucky with 20 darks. There we go, that's a good lick. So be careful with that, because He can't actually grapple you if he does that. Even off this ledge, if you're too close to the edge. Should have bounty lies. So as you can see, he gives a great deal of experience, so he's a really nice one to fight if you have your flower handy. He drops level 2 weapons and armor fairly often, and weapon 2, and for the level 2 armor is some of my favorites, for, as you probably can guess. Trophy gear as level 2 armor. The immortal set is level 2 armor. That cape is level 2 armor. So some really nice aesthetic gear come from level 2 armor. Level 1's no slouch either in that. That Valkyrie look I showed off for fighters at the end of last stream. Was actually entirely level 1 armor. Should be more spawning here. There they are. Leapworms are a mess. Again, they're one of those that can attack you even when they die. Quite annoying little buggers. The second macabre sculpture is actually down here. Unfortunately, it's in this river, which will poison you. If you get inside. However, what is my poison resist? 15%. Oh dear. That's unfortunate. Petrification is the one that I focus on the most, getting 100%, just because it's the one where, or if that gets you, it's all over. Sleep's another good one though, specifically in this dungeon, if you want to tango with death. Now. We actually have a mage with us that can cure debilitation, so... She's still being a good loss. One was being stubborn about being targeted for whatever reason. Now. Or mace, that's the ice permanent ice enchanted sword. Hop up here so we don't have to go into the water. Or whatever this mess is. The blood. Secret's off there. Well, there's something to cure paralysis. Oh, not paralysis, but petrification. So this chest often contains, yes, rancid bait meat. If, like we do, where we have these quests to kill a certain amount of necrophagous beasts, the rewards being the immortal set, by the way. If you'll recall, the helmet was the reward for killing the Gore Cyclops that had somehow made its way into Sulflaya Canyon. Well, these give the braces and boots, and the cart... Where do you get the cart? Just a moment. You can actually get the cart also from a notice board quest. However, it's only available in the post game. There are certain notice board quests on Bit of Black Isle that are only... So, you might be wondering what the difference is between Cockatrice Liqueur and Secret Softener. And that is simply Secret's Opener affects a single target, Cockatrice Liqueur affects everyone. I'm a bit embarrassed how long it took me to figure that out, because reading is difficult apparently. There was a while there, I was like, well, what's the point of having two things that cure the very same debilitation? Well, that's the reason. Now, back on this, Rancid Bait Meat. So, you plop this down, and it's a bit hit or miss, where either a Necrophagous beast will immediately spawn for you, or you will have to exit the room and come back. But when you get back in, there will be one just waiting for you. And regardless, it will summon about 2 to 3, depending on how long you take to kill them, is how long it lasts. So we can actually make use of this to go ahead and knock over all 5 needed for those 2 quests. And again, the Immortal set is really nice for red classes. So Warriors, Fighters, Mystic Knight. Besides being very aesthetically pleasing, each set, all 4 pieces, actually continually they give you health regen. Just constant health regen. And of course, the more pieces you get, they stack with each other, so that's more HP per second you're regenerating. Even just having 2 pieces is fairly noticeable. And on something like a Fighter, a Mystic Knight that has a big shield, and who can block most of the damage coming in if they really know the way around the class. You really save on a lot of health curatives that way. Good armor set, would recommend. Also has really lovely resistances, as you can tell. Of course, a lot of this comes from the Mumma's coat, or the Mumma wear. Mumma's wear. I'll say it right eventually. And the Ancient Circlet. But they certainly help. Now. Incidentally, before when we were fighting the war, I said that they're actually, despite being introduced in Bitter Black Isle, they're not the strongest variant of Wolfkin. Now, of course, technically the Garm is a wolf as well, but it's quite different in that they don't really work in packs per se, like actual wolves do. And it's more just based off the wolf model and fighting style. And that it's actually a post-game wolf that's the strongest wolfkin, the Hellhound specifically. Now, there's a post-game variant of goblins called Grim Goblins that actually resemble the buggers we're about to face here quite a bit. But these greater goblins are actually stronger. So this is a case of the new Bitter Black variant being stronger like one would expect. Of course, they're still goblins once you break their defensive thresholds. They're quite easy to knock over. So the interesting thing about them is they can knock you down, and they do this stomp attack on you, which does quite a lot of damage. What are you doing in here? These little shaman are really resistant to magic. However, they're quite easy to knock over with some nice physical blows. Very highly resistant to magic. If you recall, this chest is where we got the magic bar we used for so long. Never did upgrade it very much. And of course, the macabre sculpture in here is up on top of that stone. That's odd. Normally they grab that top ledge. Now, wonder if there's an ogre here. Who's supposed to have a siren with him? Let's use. So I hear wing beats. Those could be hares, or they can be the cockatrice in the next room. Or both. It could be both. There she is. Now it's unfortunate that I've been buffed with Holy, because sirens resist Holy. Of course, they don't resist a brain splitter very much. She quite literally flew right into that one. Some nice level 1 bit of black armor can be in that chest. There's a big boulder trap. This I really like this chest because it commonly has Divine Stair card in it, which is Savon's chest armor. So if you're a red class and you like the sort of Crusader Holy Knight look, it's definitely one to grab. And even though bit of black armor, pure stat wise, outpaces it, well, slightly, at least for level 1 bit of black armor, it's not much of a difference, since Savon's armor is all post-game armor. Or to watch out for the cockatrice. Reminder that the bugger is weak to lightning. So, unfortunately, we're kind of trapped in a way where... Okay, Garma here now. Incidentally, Garm are very weak to being petrified, so if I can get this cockatrice to shoot this Garm with its petrifying breath, you can get an easy free kill on it. Otherwise, Garm actually share the cockatrice's weakness to electricity. Now, when the cockatrice is actually on the bloody ground, and this throat sac swells out, so all he's about to do is petrification breath. If you run and hop and latch on and go to town on it, you can actually pop the sack and he will collapse on the ground and start taking bonus damage. Now, Garm are actually a lot squishier defensively, both magic and physical defensively, than Elder Ogres are, and seem to have a wee bit less health. Seems to be more somewhere around the range of a regular Chimera and a Gore Chimera, in between there, health-wise. Now, when you kill one, remember to just run away from the body, because immediately as in his death throes, he will breathe out his blinding breath. However, if depending on how squishy you are, it can come very near one-shotting you. Just something to be aware of. Other things to note with Garm, this is a more advanced thing, but so one trick with wolves in general, so they're very nimble and they run very quickly. But if you douse them with water or you set them on fire, they will, or oil, they will stop what they're doing. They'll stop running and they'll roll on the ground a wee bit to clean themselves off. So the Garm will do the same, but he will actually do a great deal of damage to anyone that's climbing on him while he's doing this stop, drop, and roll. So if you have a teammate that is trying to climb on him, you're actually putting them in more danger by doing either of those things. So do be careful of that. Also, hellhounds. Don't try fire on them, it makes them stronger. Water is more than fine though, it actually weakens them. And is a point for pawn knowledge. Reminder that the sculpture is right up here. Just up here, here, on over there. And right here is the big reason that I wanted to go ahead and do some bits of Black Isle before the post game. This quest is not available in the post game because, as you see, the region it takes place in is in the Everfall. Well, the particular part of the Everfall that this takes place in will be unavailable in the post game. We'll put it that way. And of course the Moonbeam Gem would have been here if we hadn't already collected it. And down these stairs you can pick up a bunch of throw blasts in that box, as well as a nice airtight blast. Then we have a great deal of excess stuff that we don't need. Might have to start using trophy boots instead of these holy quizzes, after all, just for the excess carry weight. So trophy boots have inherently a slightly weaker version of the sinew augment that increases your base carry weight. So it can be quite handy to have those. How big your resin is also has a bit of an effect on it, or rather how heavy your resin is. Some level 1 gear. I will attempt to refrain from picking those up because I've done so much farming. I have probably an absurd amount of each of the non-purifying stuff at this point. Another Wakestone shard. Maybe get back my Wakestone I wasted. Foolishly trying to demonstrate double vault in Midnight Helix. Now, unfortunately, we're liable to just one-shot these buggers, but a reminder that if you can knock them over and then pick them up, you can use them to petrify other enemies. These are sulfur lizardmen. There are actually 2 enemy sets in here already. Either base lizardmen or sulfur ones. These pelts are rare drops from these large lizardmen. And now we have another Elder Ogre. That's lovely. We're actually getting pretty, well, lucky with our spawns. So as you can see, just as the regular ogre, when he's off balance like that, you can jump on him, grapple, and knock her down. Or do like Katarina and just perfect block to knock her off balance. I'll go ahead and now, reminder that her feeding habit. So typically, if they try to nibble on a female, there's a perfect block that knocked her down on a drop kick. I'm glad she demonstrated that. More perfect blocks. Yet again, as you can see, pawns are very good at perfect blocking. I'm not sure why she used high frigor instead of. Now, notice. Easy as. Now, typically, without ogre and regular ogre, the opposite will be true, where when they take off to go nibble on a pawn or yourself, without an ogre, if it ends up being a lady, then it's almost like it's poison to them and they kind of collapse for a moment. The exception seems to be when they're like she was in her enraged state, where they don't care and they'll just nibble anyway. I believe is what happened when she grabbed Angel here. And with regular ogres, they have that same reaction if they nibble on a blurb. Oh. Glad I'm not the only one that can misjudge distance when it comes to starting those kind of attacks. It's pretty endearing. Reminder that just out here is the macabre sculpture. This is a bit sketchy for you loves. You might need to get back in here before you fall over. Now this chest also has a chance of having a man-eater in it. Of course, I've never seen both of them have one in at the same time. And now we come to the first boss of this dungeon, the Gazer, who were probably too strong for, but I will attempt to show you some of the intricacies of the fight. Now, fair warning. Right now, as the dungeon is, every time you go to Blue Moon Tower, Barak will be there. After this, there's only a chance he will be there. It's he will start randomly appearing in different locations. Well, specific locations, but now he will always be in the restrooms, like the Warrior's Respite, which we were in for, where you found the Fierce Moonbeam gem. He will always be in those places. But he will no longer guaranteed be in Duskmoon Tower. So make sure that you're willing to just know that, since again he's the only one that can rarefy your equipment. He's the only one that can upgrade it past being Dragon Forged. Now, meet the Gazer. First thing you need to know, this flashlight attack, you can either turn your back to it or hide behind a pillar. It inflicts a multitude of status debilitations. His tentacles cast spells, just like the Evil Eye tentacles do. He's all too far away to jump on. Now there are various ways you can actually deal with this fight. There is one attack where the ground will start glowing almost like it becomes molten, and then a very large spike-like tentacle will shoot up through. So you see these little portals that they're coming through. It's a much larger version of those. These are much weaker to slashing attacks than magic ones, so I should be using my daggers. Now, he's about to flashlight again. Now this spike tentacle attack he can do. Try to get his attention. You can actually lure him if he starts targeting you with them, and you're aware of that. Yes. As she said, lure it towards the eye. He will poke himself in the eye with it. Unfortunately, the person he's targeting isn't coming down here. Again, face away, and you don't need a pillow. Now, yes, you can also just grab on him and climb up to the eye. One of the times he's closer to the ground. When he's doing this, he's starting to gather a poisonous gas, which he will dump into this lower area. So it's time to run up here before he unleashes it. Alright, and here's his super attack. Evil Eye actually have this as well. If this goes off, it will instant kill everyone. However, if you break all 4 of them, then the energy... Oh, this is strange. He's supposed to be knocked over. Like this. When that happens. So he kind of bugged out there. But nonetheless, it basically becomes like the Mystic Knight's Great Cannon attack, where you strike the orb and it does insane damage. So you've got multiple ways you can just grab onto him and climb up. And over here is where he drops his staff. Now if you recall, we need Abyssal Eye. We got super unlucky and he didn't drop it, but that's fine. Should have quite a few of them in my inventory. After you complete that quest and get an Abyssal Eye, Barak will start having new equipment for sale, specifically weapons. Now, the macabre sculpture here is hidden in some grass right there. So yes, you can climb on him directly to the eye and attack that way. You can lure. Unfortunately, he did do the attack, but he never targeted me with it, so I was unable to show you. But when he starts doing the spike tentacles, the large ones from underneath, you can run under him and he'll poke himself in the eye and he will collapse like he did there at the end, where his eye fully comes out of socket and he's just dazed on the ground. And then you can go to town on the bare eye that way. And then the other way, if say you're a fighter or a warrior, well, you can do that as a fighter or a warrior, of course. But another way is when he starts doing his big death attack with the 4 tentacles charging the energy ball, charging his Genki Dama, you cut those down and use his own energy against him. All in all, he's not that bad. I actually feel like fighting regularly Evil Eye can be a bit worse than that. Lore-wise, if you're wondering where they come from, apparently the eyes have defeated big dragons. Up here's the macabre sculpture of this room. And over here, so this is the place Barak can be now. He can be here or he can be Duskmoon Tower. And he will start basically rotating between the two places as time passes. So he might be here, he may be there, or vice versa at any time. And it's at this point as well where we start. We have yet another quest. Echoes from the Beyond, where we need to examine recollections of another arisen. And those are little tablets that look like this. Here's a rift crystal that I highly recommend you repairing if you haven't already. Luckily those seem to stay repaired during New Game Pluses. Although I feel like I've had them unrepaired before, but I think they're intended to stick. Make sure to pull this lever, and now you've opened up a shortcut to here from this starting zone in Bitter Black Isle. As you approach Aura, she'll have a small little snippet of cutscene conversation for you. Let's go ahead and I'll need to fix that in a moment. Now, where are these abyssal eye? Okay, I have 5 of them left. They're used in the rarefication of certain items. So, now luckily you don't have to turn it in, you just have to have it in your inventory. That goes for any of the item quests here. Now this needs 30 macabre sculptures, which, again, we can already do. All it takes is 2 loops, and you will have had them by this point, pretty easily. Already have 2 in my inventory, so I just need to withdraw 28. And deposit those. And again, we're going to, just to save time, use the mod to turn this back into a Blessed Flower for level grinding. Temporarily give it to her, and it switches category. And we have a bonus back. I actually wasn't paying attention to if we got it from the boss or not. The reason I'm keeping this rancid bait meat is because if we need to, I'll use it so we can get some more Gom and Elder Ogres, but we shouldn't need it as we dive further into this dungeon. for? What did she grab? On a mystic robe. Assassin's Mars. Oh, that's pretty heavy. Make sure not to. I'm very bad to just reflexively deposit even this. So you don't want to do that. There we go. She's nice and light on her feet again. What are you picking up shackles for? Graphic armor. Yeah, look at that. Graphic armor is super heavy. Of course, items, pieces of equipment luckily get a lot lighter as they are upgraded, which is really nice. We need to turn that in still, don't we? Alright, that's good enough. Do we? Nice. Or we must have gotten it for an escort reward, that's what it was. We'll knock this off shortly. Yeah. That is the first third of Bitter Black Isle, or initial Bitter Black Isle. And now we're on to the middle third, where enemies start getting stronger, generally. See, as you can see, he's here now. And as we turn that quest in, he will start carrying. Ah, I was mistaken. This wasn't the one that gets him. This was not. My apologies. It wasn't that quest that gives him the weapons update. That one gives him the armor update. He starts carrying patterned gambeson, as well as I'm pretty sure he carried more than that. Silk tights and nomad's cloak. So those can be very handy for certain fashions if you like. Now let's proceed with the dungeon. This next room is going to contain yet another scripted encounter with death. Right there may look like just another female undead, but she's actually a banshee. She's a lot stronger than regular undead, and instead of being weak to fire, she's instead weak to ice. She also has her screech, of course. No banshee's complete without her screech. So we'll just re-enter the room to get rid of him. Again, if his scythe hits you, it's an insta-kill. You can't block it. None of that. It's all over. If he hits a pawn, you have to resummon them. There's no picking them back up. Now, she's weak to ice, but she also has quite high magic defense. So if you're not careful, and another ogre spawned. Oh no. As you can see, her scream knocks you down. We need to get her over here. That's close. That dropkick would have possibly sent me flying to me death off the bridge. She's going to get right nettled now. Where'd she go? Okay. This can be a quite sketchy place to find out Ogre, as they can knock you over the bridge pretty easily. Ogre's parry up, boosts your strength. Can stack up to 4 times, effectively doubling it. Good mining nodes here as well. You can start finding some even rarer materials that you need to upgrade equipment. This chest often contains a man-eater. Maybe not in this version of the dungeon, but in the upgraded version. It definitely does. Interestingly enough, these skeleton brutes are weaker than the one you fought earlier. As you can see, he has twice the health of them. This is another one that can often contain a man-eater. And this room's macabre sculpture, I'm going to save and so succubi here are a stronger variant of harpy. Their cry will actually blind you. Here's another monument. So what you want to do is you want to lure one over and grapple it. Unfortunately, none of them targeted me. Okay, come on, love. Come on, love. Alright. And you want to fly up. And you want to land on that ledge. Alright, there we go. Managed to grab a second one. Alright. Easy as. Now, there's a gear lying there. And the sculpture is right here. This is very tricky, as you can see. So, good luck is all I can say. Luckily, if you've done any loops, then you can even forgo this one and still easily get to 30. How have you girls not killed any of them yet? Now, succubi are weak to holy. Is that all of them? Seems so. This chest often contains a mat robe, which is a very late game robe for mages that you might like. It's sort of a greenish blue color, sort of a darker color. We picked it up. Use it. We'll give it to Katie so yeah, that's what that looks like. So not a bad looking robe. Looks quite reminiscent of the ancient robe. Now, instead of continuing on and doing the rest of this room, I will go ahead and tell you that you will come to a dead end. There are 2 ways out going this way. One of them goes to yet another arena room, but the other one is locked behind another void door. So we need to find another void key. And we find them in here. Meet the salamander. Weak to ice. And apparently I'm weak to boxes. Ice really does a number on him. And here, if I can miraculously actually hit this thrower, we'll dash them. And they become weaker and more vulnerable when the flames are out. If they get hit by fire or just have a chance to dry out, then of course they will reignite and be full of vinegar again. Now, the mat robe could be found outside, but in here, the crimson robe can be found. You have, it's fairly rare. This is sort of very fortuitous, and I'm very partial. Or I could have just showed, right, to the crimson robe because, well, red's my favorite color. It's a bit weaker than the mat robe, so 5590 versus 5377. So it's a smidge weaker, but when fully upgraded, they're moderately comparable. They're still a wee bit weaker, but I quite like it over the mat robe. That being said, when it comes to the sorcerer getup, I really dig the ancient robe set. There's another one of those for future use. Interestingly enough, in this room, if you use a rancid batening, it's not an Elder Ogre or a Garm that will pop up. But something else. What could it be? Ooh, mystery. I have no idea why these tarantula are out here by open flames, but no one ever accused a spider of being intelligent, I suppose. Meet corrupted pawns, which are basically super bandits effectively. They can be quite dangerous if you're not careful. Just like the tougher bandits, these are a lot stouter, and the ones you really need to watch out for are the sorcerers. Yes, as you can see, even with this fully upgraded armor, he is doing quite a number to my health. Admittedly with a very heavy attack, but still. Luckily this room, at least right now, only has the mage types. Sorcerers are a bloody nightmare though, because they will cast Maelstrom, which is the big tornado spell. And that's a spell that's really good when you're casting it, but an absolute nightmare when the enemy's casting it, because it will slurp you up and you will die. And you have to get rather far away from it to get out of its suction range. Monk barrier. I'm actually not sure what that one does. This chest is... I've never seen it not have a man-eater in it. Again, reminder that these things are weak to ice. Angel Wine. You could have been something. You could have been a contender. Right, here's yet another monument of remembrance. And up there is one of two macabre sculptures in this room. Right, enough of that. Shame on you. Right here. Here's us a nice chest which typically contains a bitter black weapon level 1. So if you're not packing as much heat as you'd like, go ahead and grab that and purify it. Generally what the level 1 bitter black weapons are weapons you can find in the post-game dungeon, which in vanilla Dragon's Dogma were actually upgrades to weapons. So when you defeat the dragon in the main story, depending on what weapons you have equipped, you will be rewarded dragon versions of each of them. And in vanilla Dragon's Dogma, those were the second strongest pure physical versions, well, pure statted versions of the weapons. I guess non-enchanted is probably the better way to say it. Yes, they were the best non-enchanted versions, the second best non-enchanted versions of weapons in Gransys, available in Gransys. And then there was a weapon. They were weapons available in the post-game dungeon that were upgrades to them that were also non-enchanted. And then there are the Ur Dragon weapons, like the staff she's using, which are all wholly enchanted. But every class doesn't have one, unfortunately. However, in Dark Arisen expansion, they buffed the dragon weapons to where they're stronger than the post-game dungeon counterparts. Which I feel is a nice touch. Little spiders right here. And there's a little offshoot for some reason. Alright. The second, before we do anything else, the second macabre sculpture in this room is actually fairly well hidden. Not as well as the one that was hidden in the tower we needed a succubus to get to. But moderately well hidden nonetheless. Nice level 2 gear. Now, we need to get... You will need double jump or levitate to get up here. I am fairly certain you can't make it as a fighter or a warrior. I did try, and I splatted quite a few times. Another weapon if you need it. Well, it can be another weapon if you need it. And right in here is the second macabre sculpture in this room. Now over here, there's an ornate chest, which is, as you can see, can also contain the Crimson Robe. Oh, it's funny, I remember a time when I was actively looking for a Crimson Robe, and these bugger all chests wouldn't want to drop it. But now, it's giving them away like candy. Now to get the Void Key, it's in here. Be prepared. If you take this, there's going to be something spawn. As a little surprise for us on the way out. Which is the fourth kind of Necrophagous Beast. So right now we know that we have Garm, and we have Elder Ogre, and we have old Big Death himself. But what's missing? How about a dragon? How about a Cursed Dragon? Cursed Dragon is weak to Holy and weak to Fire. He doesn't do Possession as far as I know. Well, some have said he can. I've never seen it personally. Now, he packs a great deal of Warlocks. And he doesn't have a heart so much as he has a crystal on his chest, which is functionally a heart, let's be honest. Sorry, if he grabs the pawn, he slams them like a dragon would normally slam you. He can fly. Here's his super move. Do not be hit by it. And watch out because there's a backlash of it. Both of which do massive damage. And if he hits you, it will rot all your perishables in your inventory. Every bit of them. So the Blessed Flower, for example, is one of them. This should get him. And again, you have to be the one to deliver the final blow to his chest to kill him. Well, actually your pawns might accidentally be able to hit his heart and kill him. But all other dragon can, you personally have to do it. He may not even be an exception. I just have a vague memory of pawns killing him, but could very well be mistaken. Now, Perfect Rift Crystal is the largest Rift Crystal they can drop. Right there is what we really wanted from it. A Cursed Dragon Horn. Going to need 3 of those for another turn-in quest. And that is the quest where Barak will upgrade his inventory. So, now these buggers are tough. I know we made him look, we burned through him pretty good, but that's because we're pretty well equipped to deal with him. I mean, she's carrying a bloody holy staff, for goodness sake, and can enchant us with holy. And he's quite literally a zombie dragon. So that's very bad news for him. But notice that he killed one of them, even though they're decked out in fully upgraded level 3 Bitter Black Isle gear, which is as heavy as your defenses are going to get. Now, of course, they are relatively low level, but still, their defenses are higher than mine. And he just ripped right through them. So, he's definitely one to watch out for. So, if you're in need of Cursed Dragon Horns, just let a mate know, and they can send you one. All you need is one. You can take them to the Black Cat and forge the other 2 copies if you need. But once you get a hold of Barak's upgraded weapons, then it becomes easier to level grind with. Now, just like before, just like with Ur Dragon, there isn't going to be a weapon for each class, I don't think. But commonly you'll be leveling, say you'll be leveling as a sorcerer if you want to jump your magic up. Well, he'll be selling the Bane Arch stuff. That's just the way builds that I make end up working at. Generally about the time I do this. I'm to the point where I have to level for way too many levels as a sorcerer. So that thing's invaluable. Now down here, some rodents. Also, it's always a good idea to repair that rivestone, especially because that long bridge right there, if the pawns get knocked off that, it's curtains for them. It's all over but the crying. Now here is the way to the arena room, and it's guarded by some wolves. Mind you, they're weak to fire. Oh, his corpse disappeared. I was going to blur the little giblets that were poking in him up. Nice perfect block on the lunge there. Wait, that should have been all of them. One's missing. Or is the Eliminator here already? So, if so, gotta be careful because what is happening here? What are you girls fighting? Where are you going? Why are you dropping down? I have so many questions. Well, they're back. Katarina, where'd you go? There's an eliminator. If you're familiar with Minotaurs, well, that's this game's version of one. He packs a great wallet. He's weak to ice. Ice is the thing he's weakest to, and he's very easily frozen. But lightning also does very well against him. In general, he's a bit of a glass cannon. He's not super tanky defensive wise. He does have a decent amount of health, but he hits like a freight train. And he's got a pin attack. If he knocks you down, he will pin you down with his foot, and he will reach back and just destroy you with his hammer. He has a charge, as you can see. All of his stuff can be perfect blocked, of course. So it's really amusing to watch fighters, really well trained fighters, go to town on him. And he can actually drop pieces of equipment. He can drop his helmet for one. But he can drop level 2 weapons. There's something nice he can drop. Alright, I suppose I should show. Now these chests can sometimes contain. This one especially can yeah. Man eater. Bit of black here, level 2. Well, in here is the Black Abbey, and it's the another place too, where it's basically a little boss fight arena. So there are 3 types of ore. A wyvern and a worm. Let's do it. Wyvern love to fly. Worms rapidly cast very strong spells and are rather annoying, so I recommend doing your best to take the worm down first. Luckily, they're quite weak to physical blows. And fire. Their resistances are the opposite of the drakes. Now, these buggers are annoying if you're a fighter or a warrior. So his breath doesn't directly do damage. Reminder that you can destroy the horns and wings of Dragonkin even as they're decomposing if you get them quick enough. Now, his breath doesn't directly do damage like the worms and the drakes do, but it will launch you up in the air and you will take massive fall damage. I need to lighten up a bit. Alright, I'm to average. Now, the key is, if you're a fighter or warrior, is to grab onto his tail and climb up his back, because his heart, so the worm's heart is on his stomach, as you can see. Drake's heart is where the heart normally is, on the chest, but Wyvern's is on his back. The shoulder blades specifically. Ah, there we go. He's all over now. He's dead, love. It's okay. Another hint for fighting wyverns. Break their bloody wings so they can't fly. It's very handy. Oh no. She seems to have fallen off. Oh well, we'll pick her back up. She got a little too fired up there. These tears that it can drop, these are rare drops. I'm not sure anyone's figured out what the bloody hell they're supposed to do. I think they take you to the location of wake stones, but I don't know. I don't know what they're supposed to do. They're just collectibles, I guess. Now, the macabre sculpture in this is right over where, in the earlier room, those big bags of gold were. Now, they're actually really nice. The chests over here, and a lot of them here, or two of them here, and they actually start really carrying some post-game dungeon level stuff. So this is a really nice place to do some chest saves coming with on treasure chests, if you're interested in any of that. Now the post-game dungeon, the armor you can get from there, a lot of it's really nice looking. And it covers a fairly wide variety of different looks. You may be a little bit annoyed by a couple of the sets and what classes are allowed to wear them. Looking at you Twilight set and won't let Striders wear them, only Rangers and Assassins. You cry every time. But won't let Strider or Magick Archer wear them. Pain Pecker. Now, let's resummon Angel here. In fact, it may be about time to upgrade the support pawns that are with us. Now these two are fine, and their equipment is more than fine, and they're holding their own quite well. Levels at this point is just going to make them more and more tanky. They have you some Moon Glow. Very pretty flower. Alright, let's see. Top ranked. We don't need a fighter warrior. Any of the others are fine, I suppose. Let's see what kind of levels we got going here. 54 for mage. That's not much, that's only 3 levels higher than the one we have. Oh, quite a few level 100s. What's this sorcerer look? Oh dear, no, no. She has the level 3 holy enchant. She doesn't have a lightning spell. That's a big no. Brain splitter. Mighty bend. Yes. No 1,000 kisses though. That's questionable. Or fracture dart. Sorry. High angle, high level now. What level are you? 85. That one's tolerable. Let's see. Range. Your only damaging spell is Comestian. No. Fire is the worst thing to have in Bitter Black. There are very few things actually weak to fire here. Ice and lightning's where it's at. I forgot which one I was looking at. Okay. R. Never mind, this is... Oh, wait. Oh, rank. I was about to say. That's only a slight upgrade though. There's a sorceress. Oh dear, oh dear. Next playthrough I'm gonna make Katarina a sorceress. So I can finally have one that I actually like, I guess. I could try to show the quick sorcerer in action and why I and a lot of others, at least back in the day on GameFAQs, really took a shine to that particular style. Grand Fulmination, oh, that's... And Grand Seism. Seism's one of those rough spells. It takes a long while to cast, and like Bolide, it's kind of like Bolide in that the actual damaging bits are fairly random in the way they attack. Although Bolide, I feel, is at least more accurate than that. Grapnel again. They really like Grapnel. You've at least got Frigga, but you don't have any lightning. That's a bad one. Grand Eagle. Thunder Affinity. Alright, but you got 2 affinities. That's a shame. This is lower levels than the one we have, I'm pretty sure. Alchemist Unite Frigate. High Grapnel. What? I don't understand what these people have against lightning spells. It's actually baffling. Highball and I just... No. You've even got the 5 spells, but... Need to keep an eye on level. Ground, yeah, that's a no. I might break down and actually grab one that has the high bears with the spells, but the ground ones just take way too bloody long to cast. It's actually useless. Oh wow, was there really no ranger, strider that were worth trying out? Brain splits and 100 kisses. Hailstorm fraction. Okay. The name could use some work. Yeah, that one's the one that... Yeah, this one. Dazzle Blast, Cutting Wind, Advanced Trigger. Yeah, honestly with Ranger, unless you're going Spiral Arrow and using some debilitating arrows, Tenfold Flurry is really all you need for the bow skills, long bow skills. And this one doesn't even have any bow skills. Why? I guess they just want them. I have more questions than answers at this moment. Okay, let's see. Oh, you're 41. What do you have again? Oh, yes. So, see, she has the 3 big elements covered, and then a 4th one. And she's also smart about the way she heals and such. Dominion Claw. Magic is a bit lower, but she's not fully leveled, so that explains that. I'm a dummy. I'm not sure that's actually worth taking, honestly. Or that. But at least she has the big 3 of Acuity, Attunement, and Articulacy. Stability, I think, is you should take instead, but has her challenge and mitigator. Okay, you, oi. Just stay, don't go anywhere. Alright, she's just higher level, so better equipped as well. Yeah, she's got 500 more magic than this one does. Oh, I keep double hitting the button. Let's check you out. What are you? Strider. Wearing mostly level 3 gear, except the boots, which are level 1. So he's got the strongest tag in that game. Ah, that's a wasted slot. There's no need to put that on a pawn. Jumping attacks. Yeah. You know, I think we'll upgrade this one and we'll just add back Angel. But yeah, the more I look at the top rated list, the more I see how difficult it is to find a decent sorcerer. Actually lucky we're finding decent mages finally. Did a practice playthrough as a fighter before this, and it was like pulling teeth, finding one that wasn't just using Legion's might. And there were no sorcerers at all at lower levels, so that was depressing. Alright, let's continue with our trip now. Actually, where is it? It's not here. Oh, it's here. So, we actually want to go at this window. Roll down here. There's your nice mining node. But there are more mining nodes scattered around down here. However, what we really want is up here. This is this room's macabre sculpture. Well, its second room. And there's a chest hidden here. You should have turned your camera away so your pawns don't get jumpy. Dragon beards. These are like red class only, specifically advanced red class, so I'm unable to show them off. I'm pretty sure they give a slight attack boost. Some people really like them, others really dislike the way they look, so I will attempt, if I recall, I will attempt to. Either of these can have man-eaters in them, by the way. Go and break the board with the shortcut. So, we didn't really miss anything in here. One chest, maybe some rats. Oi, I was climbing that. So yeah, as you can see, we're just back up here. Well, there is this chest in here, but here. So we missed 3 chests, but right up there is the window we jumped in. Incidentally, this room right here is another spot Elder Ogre can spawn in this room. Right. Boy, they were on that with the quickness. They were right on that. That was impressive. I didn't even lose any health. The poor bugger barely got his drawers around me. Well, we'll open this on up. Now this room is full of goblin shaman and succubi. So do be quick. In here, hidden there, is the macabre sculpture. This room. Luckily there's just enough room to dodge a wee bit of spells. And down at the bottom is a regular gore cyclops. So not the prisoner variety. So he's a lot weaker and a lot smaller. But again, watch out for the succubi. Let's go. Now, this little bugger down here, he will throw rocks at you, so he can hit you even up here. It's actually a bit funny if you're not careful. Oh, she's too close. We'll show her how that's bad in a moment. Just like his bigger brothers, he's weak to ice. Well, we can juice ourselves up. This, just like Demon Periap, stacks 4 times. It increases your magic defense and your magic attack. So it's really lovely. And again, you don't have to stand in it. Look at that. One shot all those health bars because we did that. The Periaps stack on top of that, I'm pretty sure, as well. So you can really juice your stats up. You can really get silly with it. These are the rocks he's picking up and chucking at us. Is this a Sinistone or a Rift Fragment? Sinistone can be dropped from these succubi. I need something heavy. Whatever, that's as far as light as we're going to get. Now in here is yet another. There's a monument of remembrance. But that's not the only thing. Luckily we don't have to go in the water this time. However, some skellies will be spawning. Fey Whisper's another really nice short bow. Of course by this point you probably have something much better than it. If you've gotten any level 1 or 2 bitter black weapons. Dokuga, poison. Down here is the second moonbeam gem you can find in this dungeon. Also, be careful about jumping, don't be a dummy like I did and nearly get off the edge. Okay, boy, grab the Fey Whisper. There's a nice 336 strength. can actually... it's not really worth it. It's a bar. We know what bars look like. Now, there's actually a second tablet in here. It's just up here. Also, there's a chest over here, which can contain a man-eater, so to be cautious. And in here, there's just spiders. Yeah, this black armor. This room and the Midnight Helix, so the other room that looks like this except you start from the bottom and go to the top, where we found our first void key, and where the prisoner Gore Cyclops is, or condemned Gore Cyclops. You can call them either one. Although, I think condemned Gore Cyclops is their official name, but don't quote me on that. Our rooms where Cursed Dragon are the carrion feeder that can spawn. Welcome to the Forsaken Cathedral. This is our second boss room. So right here, we're at the end. Welcome to Poison Undead. These buggers are very large versions of the stat undead that we already saw. Unfortunately, they don't blur up as soon as they get hit by fire. They do, however, have just an absolute ton of health. They're very tanky, so even when you're doing massive damage to them, it can still take a while to knock them over. Now, Elder Ogre spawn in here. Here's one of the two macabre macabre sculpture that's in here. Boy, don't slap me like that. That's very rude. Easy as. Here, these chests can contain alchemical bangles. Are very nice. If you're the magey kind, the nice silver have some nice bright red rubies in there. But yeah, Elder Ogre can spawn up there, or a little further into here. But first, meet the Gold and Silver Knight. The Gold Knight is a fighter, the Silver Knight's a Mystic Knight, and these two work in tandem. The way they work is you have to fully deplete both of the health bars to actually kill them. Otherwise, the other one, they will revive each other. The Silver Knight is a little more resistant to magic than the Gold Knight is, and has a lot more health, and can greatly heal both of them. So, do be careful. This particular shield that I have Katarina equipped with, Dragon's Roost, I mentioned before how it's one of the few ways you can inflict lowered strength on a monster in the game. Well, one of the Pawn Knowledge stars is to inflict just that on Golden Knight. Oh dear. So, one of them is weak to fire and the other is weak to ice. I think the Gold Knight is weak to ice and the Silver Knight is weak to fire, but it could be the other way around. I would have to double check. Bone Crest. Silver Knight often drop a lot of Rift Crystals. Gold Knight drops a lot of, well, gold. Honestly, those are handy, they cure everything. Now, here's yet another Monument of Remembrance. And it's right over there that the Elder Ogre can spawn. Down here. There's actually a second tablet here as well. This often contains a Laurel Circlet, which looks a bit similar to the Ancient Circlet, except it's more like a wreath, like a golden embroidered wreath kind of deal. Ah, there she is. There we go, we did enough damage to stagger a wee bit. That should do it. Sour Embroidery you'll need, so if you need more of that, well, it's a very rare drop from her, but it can happen. Don't really need that stuff. I'm actually not certain what that even does. I've only ever used it to upgrade Ancient Circlet. Both these chests, I think that chest can even have a Dragon Knight Clerk in it. Both of them, however, can have Grizzly Burn Armor is another type of red armor from the post-game dungeon for red classes. It's more barbarian style. Now, it has more pieces to it than this. It's just I'm happening to wear equipment that covers up said pieces. So, if you like the more barbarian looks, this is about the cream of the crop for you in that regard. And down here we find more giant undead and a couple more banshees. Reminder, she's not weak to fire like other undead are. She's weak to ice. That being said, you can douse her with oil, which is needed for pawn knowledge. Although it's a bit stubborn about taking for whatever reason. I remember on console back in the day having to fight with it quite a few times to actually get the pawns to acknowledge that she had been oiled. If you had trouble with the Cursed Dragon earlier, if you had trouble doing damage, don't worry, because to spoil a wee bit, since we're right here to the boss, there are actually two enemies in this next boss fight. One of which is a supercharged version of a Lich called the Dark Bishop. These are the gauntlets Savon wears, so this is a really easy chest. Normally you have to go into the post-game dungeon to find them, but you can find them right here. And they're fairly common from this chest actually, which is really nice. Here's a lift star and a way out if we need it. Now, yet again, I'm being weighed down a wee bit. I keep packing it on here because the equipment she has isn't too heavy. so she can. That actually helps a decent bit. Wait, why do I even have that? Alright. So, the cursed bishop, or the unholy bishop, is strong against holy, but weak to dark. Fire, I think, also does fine against him. He is, again, he's a stronger version of a lich. Now, liches are already dangerous because they're supercharged undead sorcerers that can cast the Maelstrom spell, which is very bad news. So if he casts that, just run to a corner of the room or try to hide behind a pillar and pray. But he has a pet cursed dragon with him. A cursed dragon that does not have a little gem in its chest. So it doesn't have that weak point. However, in return, it only has a single health bar instead of the multiple health bars that actual cursed dragons have. And he seems to be toned down a bit stat-wise. So that's really lovely. Cursed dragon's still super weak to fire, so you go ahead and knock that over. Now he can revive it, so you gotta be careful. If the fight drags on too long, he'll revive it and you'll have to fight it again. So I doubt we'll witness it, but one of the things he can do is actually possess the dragon while it's quote-unquote alive, while it's animated, and then the dragon will start rapid casting extremely powerful sorcerer spells. And it's extremely dangerous. You can have multiple tornadoes going off in the room at the same time, for example. And then there are execute all over the ground. That's the death spell. So it's very, very much bad. However, if you can knock down the cursed dragon's health bar while he's possessing it, not only will the cursed dragon be dead, but he will be super vulnerable and be knocked out on the ground for a while. So your fighters and your warriors can go to town on him, if they've somehow managed to dodge all these deadly spells. And besides that, silence is really good. So if you have any golden weapons, and you can upgrade them pretty hefty to where they start silencing, that makes him pretty laughable, considering basically all he does is cast spells. So besides that, let's have at it. Oh, there are little rift crystals lying here or there for you to pick up. Game auto saves for you. You walk in this room and the fight begins. Very ominous, seeing a cursed dragon just lying there dead. Or, also, cursed dragons, really lovely to fight, because they, besides the big dragons, have the highest chance of dragon forging your equipment. In fact, you don't normally, for lesser dragonkin that are in Grancis, you have to, if you haven't upgraded your equipment to at least 1 star, there's 0% chance that it'll be dragon forged after killing the dragon. However, Cursed Dragon has a base 40% to dragon forge a single piece of equipment. Or each piece of equipment has a 40% chance each of being dragon forged. Now, if you're up to 3 stars, that goes up to 70%, which is really lovely. So, Cursed Dragons, unless you're fighting the main dragon from the story, which guaranteed dragon forges everything you're wearing, or the online Dragon, which is in the post-game dungeon, and is a very difficult fight because it's a big raid boss where everyone all over the world that are fighting it at the same time contribute to damaging its health. Those two will guaranteed forge all of your equipment that you're wearing. So, but you can only fight the dragon once each playthrough, and then the online Dragon, well, depending on you may get unlucky and it might have been killed 30 minutes before you woke up. and now you have to whittle down all that massive HP bar with your mates from all over the world again. And unfortunately, at this point, there's not that many people playing the game, so I can't imagine online Ur Dragon dies that often. I haven't actually taken a swing at him in a while on here since I've already gotten all the stuff I wanted from him long ago. What I'm getting at, though, Cursed Dragons are your best bet when it comes to actually dragon forging your equipment reliably. Because again, every time you kill a dragon, you can dragon forge equipment you yourself are wearing, but your pawn, it won't do. So you actually will have to wear your pawn's equipment eventually to get their stuff dragon forged for them. So you can start rarefying it to gold and to silver and gold. Now, enough jibber jabber, let's actually do this fight. This is unskippable. Capcom, don't snipe me, please. There he is, the Dark Bishop. And there's his pet. Notice no jewel, no crystal in his chest. Oh, he's already knocked over. Now, this bugger. He is very resistant to magic. But physical can do a number on him. Luckily, we're doing a number. He's actually staying relatively close to the ground for some reason. I'm not sure why. Now there. If we could get a physical blow on him. That right there he was casting was bad news, so I'm glad we finished him at that point. Corrupt remains and ruinous relic, and of course this cursed dragon can drop some things too, so hopefully he'll drop you some horns. We seem to have gotten fairly unlucky in that regard here. Or Netherstone is his rare drop. You will often need those for upgrading certain equipments, so it's good to get those. And now, if you'll look up here, here's the second monument in this place, in this room. But after that, now we're done with the second third of this dungeon. So we exit out here, and here's yet another location that Barak can randomly appear in. Corridor of the Hallowed. And he will appear, when he does, next to this campfire, about here, sorry. Now if you'll notice, it's getting darker. That's generally how the dungeon works. It gets a bit darker. There's some leaf worms down here. Little buggers, annoying. Another monument. That actually makes most of them. Or should. Yeah, 8 out of 10. The dragon wing circlet that you can get from it is really lovely. I've showed it to you before. It's the one that gives you the sort of wing ears. Now the macabre sculpture here is right over here. And in here is the rift stone and some spooters. And another shortcut. So now you have free access to each third of the dungeon. Sorry, I have a little scene with hair again. And now, one thing I forgot to mention the last little trip we made up here is that there's actually an extra reward for collecting those tablets. Each one you collect will open up a little page of lore that you can read on this monument here in the entry right before you enter the dungeon. So this tablet right here. And for the first time you read each of them, they each give 10,000 experience apiece. Now, I would go through and let you look at them, but each entry is very, very long. So if you're interested, it's something you could probably find on the wiki if you want to read that up, or you can read it at your leisure when you play through. There's also a voiceover to some of them, and Capcom's already been kind of testy about cutscenes, so I don't know if that would count for them or not. But that was 100,000 free experience just out of the blue there. So as you can see, we're not even super level grinding, and we're already shot up over level 100, just without even realizing, just casually going through the dungeon. And that's only going to improve because, well, you'll see. Head back in here. Alright, and as you can see, there's Barrock popped in here, just willy-nilly. Do I actually have the quest? No. I don't. We just need one more Elder Ogre, but we need 4 Garm. Luckily, welcome to Rotwood Depository. One of the first things we are going to find in here is one of the single most annoying enemies in the game. Now, spectral enemies can be a bit of a bugaboo if you're a physical class, or if you're not a magic using class, because they're completely immune to physical damage. However, luckily, if they possess someone, then they will take damage from physical weapons. And that's easy enough to get by with phantoms, phantasms, and specters. However, these buggers, wraiths, are the strongest type of these particular types of enemies, and they have quite a bit of health to them. My lantern's out of oil. So they can be really bloody annoying. They also do a great deal of damage. They do a lot of damage to you. They can be very difficult to actually kill. However, There are these that you can spend rip crystals to light up, and they will use, if you'll recall, the Dark Bishop used this holy looking spell of lights, like laser lights dancing all over the place. Well, that spell is called Holy Furor, and it's a really nice holy spell. And these basically, lighting these, and they pretty much cost a version of it. Now this chest can often contain, yeah, be careful, this is a tight room, so if he casts such casting Execute, you can very easily be killed by it. I can't get through. There we go. Now, you can actually go that way, or this way. It just makes a little loop, as you can see. It doesn't particularly matter. There aren't any... Well, leaf worm will be falling from the ceiling all in here, so that's a bit annoying. It's not really worth going through though. I guess we can go ahead and go the back way. Now, here, so these are white lizardmen called sage lizardmen, or saurian sages. Now, they spell cost a bit, including healing spells. They're very tanky, and they're normally found in the post game. And here is, of course, the giant variant. These buggers are very important. Make sure you cut the tail off just to get an extra drop chance, because they can drop, their rare drop is something called Moonshimmer Pelt. And if you're like me and you really like the trophy armor set, unfortunately you're going to need a great deal of it to fully upgrade the set, to fully rarefy it. But it's not just that, there are a lot of the really strong white armors. Generally it's white armors or pieces of equipment in general that require them. So, do be aware of that. Right, bloody snake. Lift by crystal. Now, unlike other rooms that are like this, there's nothing up here. There's no second floor in this room, unlike similarly structured rooms. And in here, you will generally find more of these saurian sages, and more of these wraiths. Also, these wraiths, oh dear, can drench you if they run over you. Oh dear. Thank you, blessed level. Now these wraiths actually generally resist magic, except for holy. But luckily, if you get high enough stat in magic, then you can knock him over anyway. And right here is the macabre sculpture in this place. Alright, make sure to pick that up. Alright, it seems to have vanished before I had a chance to. That's the rare version of their drop. Normally they just drop the shards. Visit scale pelt. That's boring. Nah. There's not even a chest over here. This room's a nightmare. Elder Ogre can spawn here also. Yep. One bully boy is right there. And skeleton mages. He's in that tight room, so let's give him a prize. Put this away. Get it back out. Let's give him another present. There we go. Looks like it'll take another shot. Where'd he go? Where'd he go? It's a bit sketchy biting him in those tight. Oh dear. Oh no. Chain lightning. Chain lightning. You're killing me, mate. So there's skeleton sorcerers in there as well. As you can see. So let's get over there and deal with them. But yes. Elder Ogre can spawn in here. This isn't the place for us, mate. However, you want to stay in there. Now, Elder Ogre, don't let their size fool you, because they're, for whatever reason, their hitbox is a lot smaller than the visual indicator would suggest. They can fit in places a lot smaller than it looks like they should be able to. Like in here. It looks like there's no bloody way you should be able to get in here, but the bugger can come in here and just chase after you. Now, of course, if you get in here, you're a little safer. And we do want to go in here because treasure chest. Iridescent talisman. Actually not certain what that does. Yeah, the leaf worms drop. Or the buggers. Again, be careful to not do what she did and stand close to them as they die. Nice money down here. If you listen, you can hear more leaf worms climbing around. Up top. Besides that, there shouldn't be anything else really. I think there's a chest here, which again can contain the man-eater. Not the Hole and Oats kind either. Now, if you'll notice, when we killed old girl there, it actually completed. That was the 5th one we needed. We're actually getting quite lucky with Elder Ogre spawns. Of course, we've went through a lot more room where she can spawn as opposed to gone. This next room, however, is another one where she spawns, and she doesn't spawn alone. Multiple Garm can spawn. But first, look at this bugger. Leech. And he flies away before we can blow him up. Now, he can glitch out a bit if he, depending on how he flies through the ceiling. He can become impervious temporarily, so that's a bit annoying. So, and here are the Garm. Should be like 2 of them at this point. Now, when the dungeon gets upgraded, in this room in particular, 4 of them will spawn at once. Oh, there are 3 of them. Interesting. I thought only 2 spawned in this version of the dungeon. Shame 4 of them didn't spawn then, since we needed 4 of them. Is that all of them? Or was I wrong and there were only 2? Now I've confused myself. Let's try to see. Sinister Hide. Ripped Crust. Some level 1 armor. But as you can tell just how quickly they die, they are a lot weaker than Elder Ogres are. Doesn't mean they're less dangerous, of course. Just weaker. Yeah, we just need 1 more. That'll be easy enough. Now this is arguably the most difficult room in this entire bloody dungeon. Now you might think, oh, it seems fine so far. Oh dear, why are things so heavy? I swear I'm just going to have to slap on the trophy boots, I guess. This often contains a man-eater. Spiders again. Now, before you go into this next section, you'll want to save. So in the next room, the enemies contained therein. Here's the macabre sculpture for this room, by the way. Consist of sirens and multiple sirens. Also remember that their spell, that their singing heals, and it heals a lot. But it's not just sirens, corrupted pawns. However, it's a specific type of corrupted pawn. You'll remember just a wee bit back when I explained what kind of corrupted pawn were the ones you really have to watch out for. Sorcerers. Well, that's what these buggers are. And guess what spells they like spamming? Maelstrom. Guess what will kill you even if you're max level with really good equipment if you get slurped in by it? Maelstrom. So you've got to quickly kill them while they're being healed by these bloody sirens. Well, it's a nightmare as a fighter, especially because you can't reach the bloody sirens most of the time. However, that's not, no, just wait, there's more. For one, if the Garm hadn't spawned up there, then they would have spawned down there. Oh dear, dear. But remember Big Old Boy in the Midnight Helix that we took a while knocking over? Well, the condemned Gore Cyclops. There are 2 of them chained up in here. That's right, not just 1, but 2. Wow, the animals. Now, these sirens you want to kill before anything else, because they will basically bully out, constantly bully heal these bloody condemned Gore Cyclops. And as you see, he's cast Maelstrom. Katarina's already dead. Look at what he did to Angel. Now she's dead because she walked into it trying to save Katarina. We need to get this siren dead with the quickness. Oh, and that's Seism. And I'm dead. And that's how quickly that room can go wrong. All it takes is one of them being cut loose too soon. So, best thing to do is try to run in here, rush them down. Now he's casting Maelstrom. We can't let that. There we go. Now we're a little safe. We need to kill the sirens before they set the bugger loose. Also, we need to be very careful. Oh no, it's stuck on his knee. Alright, easy as. Now he's loose though. So, what do? Well, just like before, we try to find the high ground. And this room only gets worse when the dungeon updates. It doesn't change all that much, but there are more corrupted Pawn Sorcerers. Oh dear. Unfortunately his helmet's still on. See, we're not quite high enough to be able to reach him very well. So, alright, that's unlucky. We do have to be careful because he can very well strike us with his club off of here. There we go. Now, we should have a better vantage from here. Should being the opportune word, I suppose. Now we pretty much have to hope that one of these will knock his helmet off. Is that 3? I think that's 3. Where'd he go? That's right. You want to, if at all possible, there we go. Unfortunately, I'm just out of stamina. Now I could just pop one of these because it gives you permanent or infinite stamina until the juice runs out. But let's get rid of these. I have way too many bloody curatives. There we go. All it takes is some little blows to the eye, and we'll knock him over. There we go. Now, make sure to do this. Yeah, still a wee bit too high. Go ahead and make sure you save. The best thing to do is to incrementally clear stuff in this room the first time you're coming through to be safe. Now, and then come back, or save and then come back. So make sure you're out of combat. Or they're down there. Same as that. Anyway, here's. Now, unfortunately, the last one is the third to last room in the dungeon. Basically, functionally, second to last, but yeah, we'll go ahead and get up here. Lordly Cloak, That is that particular lovely clerk. That's white with gold trim. I quite like it. It's typically a post-game dungeon clerk. This is actually makeable without double jump. I have no idea why she didn't grab. I made the jump. That's very unfortunate, but oh well. There are more on that chests over there. Now, if you got a good climber, then you have adhesion and all of that. You've got a good, well-trained strider. This room's a lot easier because you can just climb the bugger while he's tied up like this and go to town on him. But at the moment, while we do have a good strider, she doesn't seem much of the climbing type. I also don't think she has adhesion, does she? Yeah, she does. Well, that's strange. She has both adhesion and opportunism, so she should be a climber. Huh. And maybe because, well, it's probably... I'm tempted now. You know what? This is what auto saves are for. Go ahead and splat. And we'll let her heal us. We'll walk over here. Well, say, oh, we can't save. We can save here though. That's a bit bizarre, but okay. Now, I need to activate immolation before I get up there, which means he's likely going to... Okay, so if I can keep climbing here. Alright, yeah, just doing this. And we take his helmet off. Now, I'm going to go ahead and do this. Pop a liquid vent, because if he throws me off, it's basically careless. And fortunately, admittedly, climbing can be rough, especially when the camera's uncontrollable like this. We weren't able to get quite to his eye, but... So the annoying part is, the Strider girl isn't trying to climb him. Uh-oh, my immolation went off. Oh, need to pop a liquid vim again. That's unfortunate. Alright. Your helmet's off, mate. You jerk. Easy as. So, that leads me to believe Hera Risen is probably playing a class, or at least they're not much of a climber as a player, since she didn't follow me up there. If she had, Since she has adhesion, see, the reason why that looks so dreadful is because every time the bugger flailed around, my character nearly lost grip. That wouldn't have happened to her because she would have had adhesion as the augment. So she would have been able to keep moving. Also, Striders get a bonus to their climbing speed. They're much more mobile while climbing than any other class. Now we're going to save because we're still not done. There are some warrior and fighter cursed corrupted pawns down here. Each of which can very easily one-shot you if you're not careful. I think there are even more, but okay, I guess it's just those two. But if you're not paying attention, they will just sneak up behind you and just run you through. There's you some nice money. But yeah, that room becomes even more of a nightmare when the dungeon's upgraded. You can have a nice... But why though? I'm just going to have to quit looting things apparently. Now right here, yep, these buggers will fall from the ceiling. Of course at this point, they're more of just a minor annoyance than anything else. After the hell are you just went through that room. We're actually very near the end. In here, Bloodless Stockade. This is the big showdown with death, is in this room. Now, whether you want to fight him right now, or wait till future run-throughs from the dungeon, is a decision you'll have to make. Moonbeam Gem. And here is the third and final request board. And this is where they ask for the cursed dragon horns. Those living. Now this quest is a bit of a thing, because it says the living armor, which makes you think, oh, there's a living armor in the catacombs, but there's more than one. And then this one, you get some level 3 armor, some common level 3 armor for slaying death, which is often one of the last quests you complete. So the thing with death, and one of the things that makes him annoying, is he actually runs away. So after a certain point in the fight, he will up and just teleport away. Including if you've happened to do quite a bit of damage to it. But the next time you encounter him, he will be at the same level of health as when he left. So basically you have to keep coming back and taking cracks at him, unless you're able to keep him stun locked and just 100 to 0 him, which is possible with someone doing one of the most famous setups for doing it, or one of the most probably well known, are ranges using spamming tenfold flurry, Conqueror's Periapse with blast arrows, and popping him in the head with it, or what resembles his head. Magick Archer can do it in certain rooms, but it requires a very specific setup. Here's the macabre sculpture for this room, by the way. More dragons. These are dragon spit, which are actually worse than throw blast. It's interesting that in the deeper place they give you the worse throwable, but who knows why they did that. So dragon spit, so throw blasts blow up, just massive explosions do a lot of damage. Dragon spit though sets something on fire. That's basically the difference. Of course, when you blow something up, generally it's on fire as well. There's actually 2 airtight flasks here if you need them. Coin Purse of Charity will temporarily give you double gold, or increased chance of giant gold bags dropping on the mainland. I don't, if you've noticed, no gold's been dropping in here, besides the random gold you just find lying around. Then those drops are instead replaced by rift crystals. I'm actually unsure if the higher chance of gold drop effect will transfer to the rift crystal drops, but I don't think so. So this room, this point of the room is chock-a-block full of corrupted pawns and another eliminator. It's not nearly as bad as the room we just got in. Now, as I was saying before, Magick Archer can actually stun lock death as well. It's just a less straightforward method of doing so. In fact, it's very similar to what I just did there, where you just use Ricochet Hunter. You got to lure death into a small, tight space, and hopefully have the time to Magic Rebalancer or Demon Parry after, and go to town with the Ricochet Hunter. They're already casting spells in here, the buggers. None of that. Shame on you. Now these corrupted pawns are a bit annoying because they have a rare drop called Idol of the All-Mother, which is very important for some... I don't remember which pieces of equipment, but it's ones that I was always very fond of rarifying, so do look out for those. There's actually a shortcut right there if you just run and leap across. Well, they will take you down below to the area where death is. I'm referring to the monster death, not you actually going splot down there. If you were puzzled. Now, there's actually another. The macabre sculpture here is. Let's see. What one was theirs? It's right above the stairs, so I guess it's down here. Small cutscene. See a ghostly figure. Ah, wait. Here it is, right. Oh, you don't even have to jump like that, you can just go across like this, silly me. So down here, there'll be a bunch of leaf worms just in the water. So enjoy that. More will pop up as you get down here. Typically. Oh, maybe. Oh, yeah, there the bugger is. Now, in here is where death is. Sorry. You must be careful. Death is drawn to light, so if he sees you, so he will home in on your lanterns. As you hear the music change. You can actually surprise him with these. So like if you're a fighter or a warrior, which normally can't really reach him very well, you can lure him to one of these and light it up. And we'll see what we can do to it. I doubt we'll make an effort of actually knocking him over right now. But, okay, he's over there. So, we'll see how you do. There we go. And he's going to teleport to us. So, we want to keep bouncing off the walls. Now, you do need to keep an eye on where actually he is. Did he leave already? Seems so. If you notice, we shaved off a couple health bars, and he seemed to have already left. That's good news for us. We weren't able to stun lock him. This actually isn't the best room to fight him in. Alright, those are a thing there. Ah, you wankers. So, this is a bit annoying. Now, the thing is, if you stay in this version of the dungeon, I'm fairly certain he will always be here in this room every time you enter it. Sorry if you're wanting to. The fastest way to level up to 200 is actually to farm death. Oh, bugger. I forgot about that. Also, for some strange reason, now the ogre can. Well, no, they can't. This is only death. I was mistaking them because in the upgraded version of this room, regular gore cyclers will be here. Oh, I guess I wasn't mistaken. Elder Ogre can spawn here. There he is. Seems odd considering this is Death's room, but Death, unlike the other necrophages beasts, notice how she really got melted there at the end. That's because we knocked her down. And as I said before, when they're knocked down, they take super bonus damage. I don't think there's actually anything really out there worth getting, but oh, there's a chest. Yeah, holy crystal. Unfortunately, getting back up here, yeah, gets you all wet. And not in the fun way. Now, next room, at least in this part of the dungeon, is the last room where there's actually a fight before the final boss of the dungeon. Oi! Actually killing me here. Well, I don't have that anymore. Yes. And it's the last. So the enemy we're going to. Why? Interestingly enough, the enemy that's in it is only in here for this first encounter. Afterwards, it will be replaced by 2 Dragonkin. That are very random combinations of Dragonkin. This is a good place to have this Rift Crystal because again, Death can one-shot your pawns and you can't revive them without a Rift Crystal. Now, the enemy that is only in here for now is this. Meet the Living Armor. The Living Armor is a hybrid enemy. Well, it's a spectral enemy like the ghosts are, but right now he actually takes physical damage because of the armor, because he's living armor. So the first half of the entirety of his health pool is covered in armor, but once it all breaks off at half health, now he only takes magic damage and he's immune to physical, which means, well, just as you would think, it's very important to have some access to magic damage. If you don't have, if you're playing solo as like an assassin or a ranger, a fighter or something, if you can get his attention, you can actually lure him up here, and you stand like right here and trick him into clipping his way up on here on these ledges, and then you'll come out here and he'll try to chase you, but he'll fall down and he'll take massive damage from the fall, and then you lure him up again, and even if he's spectral he will still take fall damage, and you just have to do that twice and you will kill him. So that's a nice way to cheese him. You actually have to kill him before the door will open. Now, he's a Mystic Knight, as you can see, with a big old shield. But also he does a lot of damage. Now he's already very nearly completely spectral. And now he actually takes much greater damage from magic when he's spectral. Now the gate opens. There I go, picking things up again. And here is the last monument of remembrance. So, in here is an abandoned city, which is quite aesthetic, honestly. And right now there aren't any enemies in it, but when the dungeon upgrades, and even say we enter, I actually think it gets populated with enemies even if we enter here but we don't go on to the next room, which is where the final boss is. I wouldn't swear to that. Normally if I go here, I'm going to go ahead and fight the final boss, which we are. Although I might go ahead and show you how you can farm death right quick, maybe. But first, I'm trying to remember where the macabre sculpture is in this room. Of course, there are these chests here. I believe it's up there. Where is the bugger? Oh. No, that wasn't it. There was a coloration on the wall that looked like it. Right here's where... I'm pretty sure it's up here. I think you have to jump it. Wait, no, I think it's... Yeah, it's right there. Okay. I don't know why I was second guessing myself. That's where I thought it was to begin with. Okay, and hold 10 the stairs here. Or up the stairs, rather. So, if you want to level grind, it can be prudent for you to actually... Our flower seems to have wilted again. Let's go ahead and fix that. Because we have to temporarily give it over to her. Give it back. Nah. Now we're all flowered up again. So, in this version of the dungeon, pre-final boss, pre-final bitter black boss, I hear you hissing. I can see the Sark debilitation on you. Alright, Eldog is back. See, she was perfect blocked, knocked her on her bum. Alright. So, again, in this version of the dungeon, I'm pretty sure death should always be in here. But maybe it's the upgraded version, actually, where he always appears. I don't hear the bells that ring when he's around, so it actually must be the advanced version of the dungeon. That or I'm just doing something wrong. It's always a possibility. Although I think you can use the... I'll double check my notes about it. And as you see, now there's a new dragon there. That is a fire drake, and he is a great deal stronger than a regular drake. He's stronger than the bloody main dragon himself, honestly. Fire drakes are a nightmare. So in Bitter Black, there are 3 stronger dragonkin variants based off of the normal ones. They have the same resistances and weaknesses as their normal counterparts. They're just a great deal stronger. And he, in particular, has an absurdly high physical defense. Just wicked high physical defense. It is very difficult to actually do damage to him with a physical weapon that isn't full-blown level 3 fully upgraded stuff. Of course, there's always parry apps in the line to take you over the edge, but he really packs a wallet. If he gets hands on you, you feel it. Also, all 3 of these dire dragonkin, I guess you could call them as a collective. That seems to be what they're called Japan. And they have a cloak, an elemental cloak around him. So you see how he's glowing red, glowing orangish. He's on fire. So if you climb him and try to attack his heart, you're going to be set on fire and you're going to take constant fire damage. So for a Frost Wyvern, which is clearly the equivalent for a Wyvern, or worm, Frost Worm, it will be frost damage, you can be frozen, and the like. And unfortunately, these buggers are really difficult to break their wings. And then Thunder Wyvern. Now his breath actually will do damage this time because it's electric charged as opposed to on top of the wind. Now, I guess I've never moused over these before. That's kind of funny. I've just collected them and let them go. So yeah, they all have an aura, they're all a lot tankier. Like, the Frost Worm has really high magic defense. Not nearly as high as the Fire Drake has physical defense. Like, he is a tanky boy. So alright, he's knocked over. That's good. Come on, explosive all. There we go, that's the good stuff. Alright. So this is actually kind of a free way to cling to him and do massive damage if you can get to him quick enough before he breathes. However, if you're close to if he's aiming towards a wall, you do have to be careful because he can indirectly shoot you off with his breath. Love how he just popped there when I was standing still minding my own business. Just popped up. So yeah, because the dragon can spawn here. Now, after we beat the final boss of the dungeon will relock itself and it will upgrade. All the rooms will get a lot tougher. And those, for example, Fire Drakes, and Frost Wyverns, and Thunder Wyverns, Frost Worm and Thunder Wyvern, bloody hell, will start showing up more often. Necrophagous beasts seem to start spawning a lot more often, and in the case of Garm at least, in greater numbers. And death can now show up in every room except boss rooms. Unless the boss has already been killed. I think the bosses respawn as well the first time. And then after that, to wait for them to respawn, you have to wait, I think a few in-game days, 7 or so, for the bosses respawn. The rooms respawn a lot quicker though. And the final boss, every time you go to his room, he'll be there. So you don't have to wait on that. You can just keep running down to him. What time you fight this boss, he'll have a second form. A second stronger form. That's a lot stouter, does a lot more damage. Is a hellacious spellcaster. Okay, I grabbed the macabre sculpture. Alright, let's go. And perhaps it's then, in that version of that room, not the spy yard, but welcome to the Fallen City. It's a fairly decent sized room, and there are 2 macabre sculptures in here. Forlorn music, nice atmosphere. Really well designed place. So right now it's peaceful. But second run through here, after the dungeon upgrades, it's a really rough room. Really rough. For one, there will typically be 2 of the super dragons in here, as well as a bunch of living armor or a bunch of eliminators in the city, and then a bunch of living armor or a bunch of eliminators guarding that bridge over there. So that's definitely something to keep an eye out for. Now, there are really good stuff in these treasure chests, especially in the second run through. Let's surely I have. Now, let's see. There's one macabre sculpture in a haystack and one in a fountain. Sorry, here's the one in the fountain. Now on the ground level. There's our destination, of course. Now navigate through here. I don't think there are any man-eaters here. I wouldn't swear to that though, but I have no memories of encountering them in here. Thought I bet found one, but that was just a weird falling off a ledge. So this is the way to the bottom, the other half of the city. Let I pick that up. Now we need to get back up to a roof. Luckily, if you're down here on the ground floor, you can hop up here and then up here. Now this requires a double jump, unfortunately, or levitate to get up there. But once you get up here, you're home free. And now there's a haystack up here that has the second macabre sculpture. Now there's only one more to find, and it is in the final boss room up here. Final boss does an array of quick spell casts with very heavy melee blows. He has some grapples you gotta watch out for. And his super attack, he charges up and he will sort of float above the ground a little bit, put his arms down and start opening a portal to the rift, which will slurp everyone in like the Maelstrom spell. And it's instant death for anyone that goes in, so your pawns will go back to the rift, or you'll lose. You can wake stone yourself, of course, but it's no fun. I definitely recommend making a checkpoint save, just so you can quickly revert the checkpoint if the fight goes awry. Now once you go in, you're locked. Once you actually start the fight. Like right now, you can still leave, but the final macabre sculpture in this entire dungeon, big number 30, is right here. Easy as. Now, as we walk in here, it's boss time. We'll just have to skip this. Now, luckily, the bugger's weak to ice. Kind of. he takes more. This form takes more damage on his head, and watch out for that because that's a grab, and he will do approximately all of the damage. Handy little tip: run up here, and here's a wake stone, and back here, a godly and left it. Yeah, watch out, his spells cost very quickly. That will fully heal anyone it hits. Now, we need to try to do this. Luckily we're pretty low to the ground, so he finds a bit of difficulty whacking us that easily. Unfortunately he keeps targeting me with spells. Come on, I just need 2 more casts. Now, we should be able to knock him over with some damage pretty well. Now, he takes the most damage from his head. And he generally, if you let him, will try his ultimate move twice. See, there he goes right now. Now, you need to do enough damage to stagger him out of it. And the thing will constantly drain your stamina. And if you run out, well, it's curtains for you. Luckily, we were able to finish him. Now, if you stagger him out of it, make sure to pick up all his stuff because his drops are really good, are used for a lot of the level 3 weapons and the like to rarefy. So, if you manage to stagger him out of his Slurpy Vortex move, he will curl himself up into a ball and try to regain his energy. Or rather, recharge, whatever. And if you stagger him out of that, he will collapse on the ground and take absolutely insane damage from all sources. So, very recommended. He staggers a lot easier with head blows. Of course, with Ninefold Bolt, you don't really have that good of control over where they go. As you can see, it melts in pretty well, even with just Magic Rebalancer, and the fact I'm not even fully leveled, let alone fully magicked out. Physical vocations also have a good time against him. Even Fighter and Warrior, of course you have to climb on him. Try to go to his head. It can be annoying because, as you saw, he costs 11 quite a bit, the lightning strikes, and getting hit by those will knock you off. But if you can climb up and get to his head, he will stagger easier from damage to his head. And he takes more damage from headshots. Rangers or Striders or Assassins, of course, with their bows, can use blast arrows. Pop him in the head with those, and they melt him pretty easily. Strider is really good about climbing. Assassin's really good about climbing. I could have even... you can even build Magick Archer to climb with Immolation and 100 Kisses. I could add the Adhesion Augment and Opportunity. Opportunity increases your strength by 10% while you're clung to a foe, on top of the bonus you already get to your damage by clinging to foes. Fighter and Warrior, of course, climb and just flub around. So this is where you get your good stuff. This chest will always have a Moonbeam gem, and that's in this version or the upgraded version. Now, these chests, even these reward chests, actually upgrade from now on. Every future run through. These are where you can get some level 3 weapons and armors. It's definitely recommended that you save before opening them. And hopefully you're in the post game and you have God's Bane so you can kill yourself and reload your save. So you can save scum. If you're not already in post game, you can ask a mate or maybe on the game facts board or various places. Reddit. I'm sure Reddit has a Dragon's Dogma Reddit. Somebody can send you one, basically, is what I'm getting at. All that being said, you get one as soon as you go into post game, so and if it's your first playthrough, you really should probably wait till post game to even come here anyway. We just do things a bit silly here. And up here, we'll take you out. So, be careful about dashing up these stairs, because if you get too far away from the pawns, obviously they're going to teleport to you. Now, the third and final travel knowledge star for pawns is gained at some point in these stairs. But if you just dash through and go out the door, then your pawn can easily miss it. Now, unfortunately, this is not a shortcut. Because it's really difficult to actually go through. Now, we have some credits and a little exit scene. Now, thankfully, after this, Barak will always be here. He will still randomly appear in the other places, but he will always be here at the front. Now, there are also going to be new no-sport quests. In this one, defeat the daemon's awakened form. So you get a Hellfire Cloak, which is a level 3, which is actually a rare version of the level 3 armor. It's what she's wearing. This nice, very red, almost burnt looking cloak. Very fiery, very nice. And now, our shortcuts have closed. The entire dungeon is reset. So we'd have to start again from the beginning. Let's go ahead and dump our loot off. Don't need this anymore. I was pretty sure I had gleaming bangles before. Don't need those. Moonbeam gem. So now every room in the dungeon is a lot stronger, has new enemies. For the most part, it will be a lot of the rooms will be similar, but maybe a stronger version of enemies they already had, or additional enemies on top of the enemies they already had. An interesting thing about this first room, also, remember to check this, because now all of them is just another big chunk of experience. Alright, don't forget the cares of dragon horns. I suppose we can go and knock over the mainland quests that are affiliated with Bitter Black before calling it a stream. So I'm going to go ahead and withdraw Cursed Dragon Horns. Now they'll look like this, but I have no idea where they actually are in this. Sometimes I will intentionally withdraw all of them just to put them down to the bottom. Those are scales, so why are the scales here but not the horns? Probably because I did just that. Well, of course, that's a regular dragon. Great dragon will come from the big boy himself. Luckily, they're not super used in much because, of course, you can only fight him once. Although I think a dragon might drop them as well if you break his wings. There we are. I only have 3 of these, or 8 of these left. Now that quest is done, so now his weapon inventory will have expanded. So here he has Cursed Bite, which is the second strongest full physical sword in the game. Shooting Star, ditto for maces. Grants Flame Bitch, which isn't, I don't think. But that is new, that's added here. Or maybe it is. Maybe it is. I don't know. I'm not super familiar with warrior weapons, honestly. But generally, if they're pushing almost 3 million gold to buy, they're the new ones. These buggers. Chilling Focus. Bane Arch Staff. That's quite strong. Interestingly enough, you don't get a decent Magic Knight Shield, a Magic Shield. You don't get a decent short bar or long bar. And you don't get a decent... so, Magic Archers... Well, basically all the archers sort of get screwed over here. And Mystic Knight. In as much as... no Magic Shield, no Magic Bar, no short bar, and no long bar. But everyone else gets a really nice weapon. And I don't think there's anything new here yet. There's one more quest. Right. So there's one more upgrade that he will get eventually to his inventory, and that's when we complete this quest. 3 blood red crystals. So unfortunately, this is quite possibly, I think I've said this before, but it bears repeating, this is one of the most annoying items to get in a bloody game. Because they come from Strigoi, which are souped up vampiric gargoyles enemy type that are exclusive to the second half of this dungeon. So now that this dungeon's upgraded, they will start showing up. So you think, oh, what, it's a rare drop? Easy as. Oh, not quite. Not only is it a rare drop, but it is completely unacquirable unless you intentionally let the Strigoi grab you and sting you with its tail and drain your blood. But then you have to let it loose, and now he'll be glowing, and he'll grow a lot stronger. And you have to kill him before he fully absorbs the blood. And then he will have a chance of dropping the crystal. So have fun with that. Luckily, so that's one that you get one and you run out as fast as you can. You get to the black cat so fast your head will spin, and you duplicate 2 more. And God help you if you're wanting to upgrade an equipment that actually uses them, because oh dear, now you have to spend more time using the black cat. Because so there are 2 sets of enemies that will spawn in this room now. Right now are Saurian or Lizardmen, depending on what you want to call them. But that So depending on what spawns in this room will depend on what will decide what necrophagious beast will show up. In this version of the room with the Saurian, death will show up. But in the alternate enemy set for this room, which are Grim Goblins, or not Grim Goblins, but Greater Goblins, Gone will show up. Otherwise, besides that, the room is, besides this fodder enemy, these fodder enemy spawns, the room is quite the same, except this chest now has a good chance of being a man-eater. Also, the snakes here have been replaced by leaf worms. We're not going to go into much of this dungeon, I'm just going to show you how some of the rooms are. A lot of the rooms now have 2 different enemy sets that they can have in them. And then depending on what spawns, we'll decide whether death will show up, or an Elder Ogre, or a Gom, or a Cursed Dragon. Also, it's always either or. It's either one of Gom, Elder Ogre, Cursed Dragon, or it's death. There's never a room where, or this could be an Elder Ogre, or a Gom could spawn. There's none of those. Also, Gore Chimera will be in here, or should. There he is. So, unlike regular Chimera, who has a resistance to all magic, at least a slight resistance to all magic except fire, this bugger is weak to ice. Now, the goat is really annoying with this one because he can cast a heal spell, which will heal 2 full health bars, and he can kind of spam it. He's casting it right now. Now, if we let him get it off, yeah, as you see, he should be dead, but now he has quite a bit of health left. But now there's death. So hopefully we can lure him over here. Here you go, mate. Come on, come on. That's a good lad. Now, just to continue luring him, I will do this. Now, come on. There we go. That's a good lad. Here's where we want him. Now, we can spam Ricochet Hunter. We need some magical rebalancer to boost her magic. Alright, now as you see, he just killed 2 pawns, easy as. So we will have to get them back. I wasn't able to fully upgrade my magic, but what are you going to do? Now, luckily, when he gets stuck in the walls like this, he's easy. Now we knocked him down. Now is when we need to spam. Now's a chance. Now he'll probably run away now. There he goes. Yeah. So, he actually got all 3 of the pawns with 1 swing. That's unlucky. That's very unfortunate. But, that's what you do in death spawns. Again, it's arguably easier with a physical bow class because you can spam blast arrows, and blast arrows are really absurd. They just do a lot of damage. Just a great deal. Let's get these pawns back. So again, your main pawn, you just have to touch a Rift Crystal and they're back, which is convenient. Now make sure to hire and release them, just so you can guaranteed fix their ratings. Alright, off she goes. And off she goes. And then we're going to bring them right back. Because at this point, I don't think we're going to get any better pawns until we get to max level. Which is fine. Why is there a late pawn here? Bizarre. Also, remember when you hire a new mage pawn, mage or sorcerer pawn, a new caster pawn, to be certain to give them Worm King's ring in their inventory. Oh dear, which one? I think Angel was the... We'll see. Oh. Oh, come on. Now, you would expect this one to be Shadow and this one to be Angel. Come on, you're trolling. Okay, there we go. Problem solved. What are you looting over there? So now, we need to go to the Everfall. We need to go to the Catacombs. Now, after it's accepted, it'll let you know if there's two of them. We can't do that, or we're not going to do that yet, because that'll take a while. Maybe next stream. Well, first thing we'll do next stream is actually kill the bloody dragon. And then I guess I will explore around. I'll show you what happens to the world in Parsky. Oh dear, we never finished that one off. That's annoying. Oh well, it'll happen. So, first things first. We ferry stern away to Grand Sora. What do I have that's so bloody heavy? So before we go into the Everfall, going to dump off whatever in the world I'm carrying that's so bloody heavy, but I thought I already dumped my inventory off. Yeah. What's so heavy then? Whatever. So, Everfall. At the bottom of the Everfall, where we first investigated this seal which summoned that evil eye. And down there we will now find a gold and silver knight just relaxing, minding their own business. And we can't have that. Think of the children, who probably shouldn't be in this place. So, we run all the way down here. Normally I would clear out everything. Honestly, I might still do so. Because it is okay experience. What in the world am I hitting? So notice how the gates open. That means if we go this way, where these skellies are, skellies are quite resistant to anything that's not overly magic when it comes to magic, and particularly lightning, so it's not the best idea to be using Ricochet Hunter on them, to be fair, but when you're as high level as we are, it doesn't matter. I didn't want the skull, I wanted the money. So we cleared that out, and if we pull the lever out here, where's the lever? It's down here. Yeah. We can reverse the doors. So I really need to decide if it's worth it. Probably not. We might get one level, honestly, clearing out everything in the side rooms. Now, the reason I was so adamant about doing this quest before fighting the dragon is because the Everfall is going to be dramatically altered in the post game. In fact, this place, or what it becomes, is the post game dungeon I've been talking about, where they're super strong enemies, although generally a bit weaker than the stuff we found in the initial run through of Bitter Black Isle. So not this souped up version of the dungeon's going to be now as we explore it soon, but roughly about where the initial run through was. That being said, unlike Bitter Black Isle, where the best elements overall are the most effective against the widest variety of enemies are ice and lightning, the post game Everfall really loves Holy being used against it. And coincidentally enough, the Air Dragon, which is like the optional super boss of the dungeon, drops Holy Enchanted weapons when you kill. Unfortunately, as I mentioned a while ago, a lot of weapons only you have to kill the online version to get a shot at, and the offline version, so the single player dragon doesn't drop them. Let's see, the single player dragon drops, I think, Heaven's Keys, the daggers. I know that one for a fact. The Volant White Staff, and I think Ascalon, the sword, and maybe the I think it drops something for Mystic Knight, but or it may drop the Fighter Shield, the Lambert Shield, but I wouldn't sweat that. So once we get down here, they will spawn. There they are. Now, one of these, yeah, the Gold Knight, is super weak to ice. Silver over here is weak to fire. And now we have a lovely set of trophy braces for just doing the quest. Oh, he didn't drop anything. Shame. Yeah, to quickly get out, we'll just ferry Stern back up to Grand Sora. And let's say we go to the catacombs and kill a couple of living armor. And since it is the catacombs, it's a very convenient structure for Ricochet Hunter. So if you're a magic class, generally you have a good time with this quest. If you're a fighter, or if you don't have access to... If you're having to rely on a support pawn, mage or sorcerer, it could be a little worrisome because in that tight area there's not many safe places for the sorcerer to stand and cast spells. Of course, that's where quick cast sorcerers come in. Yes, I'm going to keep plugging it because there's a reason we came up with that. For general play. Very self-sufficient versions of it. Hard. Right. Yeah, it's still a thing. Where'd you go? Where are you? Well then it's fine. We don't have time to fiddle with you. That being said, if you're trying to get your pawn's Griffin knowledge up, be sure to do so before killing the dragon, because they will be... So right now, there are 3 spawning spots for Griffin. Here, right, this entire field, up here, and then down here. But in post game, I'm fairly certain that goes to he can spawn here, and no longer spawns here, and then a cockatrice spawns down here instead. So do be wary of that, because there's a set number of griffins. So when it comes to gaining pawn knowledge for your bestiary, besides certain combat tactics that they have to witness, each enemy also has a hidden kill count that you have to reach before the pawn will gain complete knowledge, even if you've seen all the actual tactics when it comes to fighting the critter. But did that already kill the ogre? Oh wow. Regular ogres are weak. They're not even particularly vulnerable to lightning. That bad boy got eaten up. So there you go. Is that gold? Yes. So each enemy has a hidden kill counter. Now luckily, any kills that they get for various enemy types while being hired by someone else all add to this counter once the hire has been released and updated for you. You get the rewards from it. So, if you're lucky, you got some mates that'll keep hiring your pawn. Because some monsters have, unfortunately, quite high of kill count requirements to get full knowledge. And sometimes they can be rarer monsters as well. Hello, mates. So, it would actually do even more damage to the buggers if I use ninefold. Well, theoretically, but it's actually sort of difficult to attack them from the front because of those big old shields. And they can actually block somehow a lot of ninefold. Or at least I've had that happen to me in the past. Luckily, Ricochet Hunter is so zippy that generally they're not that limber. And after that, I think that will about do it for this point, this stream. So, next time, go back to Glandstorm. So next time, we'll go fight the story main boss. I don't know why I keep... Well, I know why I keep going in there. So in the post game, this is where the Innkeeper is going to set up. Right here. So, if you need to manage your inventory or rest, that's where he'll be. That's why I keep reflexively going over there. There it was. Our 15 green virus on the well. Need that. Enough ammo grounds. Need 7 mithrate. I mean, I think I even have decent poison resistances. Need that. The panacea can be kept. Put that away. We'll keep some of the stronger stuff just for emergencies, but besides that, there's no need to carry it around. The skeleton key, what do I have that for? Alright, I need the braces, or cloak. So I guess it really just was a lot of these curatives weighing me down. Huh. Which is funny because usually I'm pretty stingy about actually picking the buggers up. So I end up in a pickle if I'm playing clumsily, which I have been quite a bit lately. Any eyedropper. I think you're immune to blindness. Or I don't know what that was, but I'm sure it's fine. Alright. Or let's deposit the blizzard flower for a moment. Always remember to do so before resting to seal in the re-rents we sent erasure of their body bags. Seems to be having some difficulty with the server for whatever reason. There we go. And with that, again, next time we'll take down Big Red and we'll explore the post-game version of Grandsits. Maybe even dive into the post-game Everfall a little bit. It's basically a series of boss rooms. It's not quite an interconnected dungeon like Bitter Black Isle is. There's 16 chambers that we'll explore. Now, admittedly, it can be a little bit of a bugaboo to actually get to the one you want. You'll see what I mean, though. It's not as simple as just, oh, I'll go into this room. But you'll learn more when we get to that point. So until then, I've been Phoenix, and this has been Dragon's Dogma Dark Arisen. Have a nice day, and see you next time.